Sweet. We are live. Hello. Welcome. Up. Handle. Alright. Boom. Let's get her going. Hey Reaper, how are you doing? How is your holiday going? Holiday time for everybody. Doing good, good. Well, I just like recently got new monitors. Pretty hype. So everything's a little bit weird for me, a little setup here. Starting late, sorry. I had the hubris and thought that I could just like click start and everything would be good, but it's not because I had a little bit of a setup glitch. Yo, what's up, Alice? What's up? What is that emote? What are you... Hey, Real, how are you doing? You got your space mouse. Is it good? Do you like it for ZBrush? I've seen a lot of people using it. I just can't wrap my head around actually using it while using a keyboard for hotkeys and stuff. I guess you put that on the space mouse, right? What's up, Skill Blender? Hey Pappy, how are you? Scott Pappy. You haven't tested it much yet? Yeah, it's the... I don't know. Let me know after how you like it. People have been telling me to get that, but I don't know about it. I just don't know. I just really don't know. All right, so I'm rusty and crusty, a little bit dusty. So we're gonna be really chill here. I'm very sleepy. Oh my god. Did you guys all get to go see your families and everything? I'm just gonna talk for a little bit while we wait for some people to filter in. Did you guys all get to go and see your families? Maybe not, maybe just like quiet Christmas this year or holiday, whatever you celebrate. I was alone, hanging out with Monty and Eric, so I guess not fully alone, but we're just doing our own thing this year. Watch the James Webb Telescope launch successfully, bright and early at 6 a.m. It's a good Christmas. All right. So there's a challenge as well that was going on right now. Creature, well, it's going to be starting in January, Creature January. Essentially it's like Inktober, but for just like creatures only. So I'm thinking I might actually have time to do one of these challenges now that like my projects have all been wrapping up. I mean, like I'm saying that, but like touch wood, you know, something's gonna come around the corner like it always does. But so I'm thinking I might just do day one right now, because I just figure like who is actually going to actually be able to do January 1 being New Year's the night before, you know what I mean? So I might do day one tonight, which is Piranha Dog. So I've got a couple of references up. I'm just gonna kind of like do that stuff. Challenge details. Here, let me find the Instagram. Mr. Nocturno. Fran's cool. We met in Mexico for a draw break, but he lives on the Canary Islands. Here, let me see. There we go. So this is Creature January. If you don't know Fran, you should definitely follow him. He's an incredible artist. I'll put it in the chat. So this is sort of like what I'm gonna end up, what I'm gonna try and participate in, and it looks pretty cool. I mean, it's more interesting to me than something like Inktober where the prompts are like net, you know. So this is gonna be kind of neat to play with. So the first one is Piranha Dog, and I've got a bunch of references of piranhas, and I'm not going to share my reference board because there's some like not safe for work like gore stuff on there, but yeah, I want to try and participate in this. No, you didn't get to visit. Yeah, I understand that. Like a lot of us were kind of like not festive this year. It is what it is. Hopefully next year you get to. You know. All right. Well, I'm gonna get going then. Let me know if you guys have any questions. As I'm going. Let's see what kind of a shape we want to do here. But yeah, forewarning, I am pretty sleepy today. I'll probably wake up as time goes on, but for right now, I'm pretty sleepy. Yeah, Eric's seen my reference board. There's some stuff that I cannot bring onto the stream, unfortunately. But I'd love to share my reference board. I just can't right now. And it's just kind of like there for inspiration when I'm doing like initial stuff like this too, like using reference boards. I usually just have them for general ideas. I'm not looking for anything specific at this stage. If I were to work on it, you know, more after the initial like block out and things of that nature, then you would start to put like more texture references and things of that you know, caliber onto your board. But right now it's more of like mood and things of that nature. I keep saying nature. Too many times I said nature. I could bring it in my own stream. I could bring back the personal streams. See, that is honestly 100% the way to jinx it, though. I'm like, I don't have any work for January. Nothing's slated for January, which is crazy. I haven't been work-free for a little while. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna do this challenge. But then I'm also like, oh, I could bring back my own personal streams as well. But the second that I do that every single time, it's just like, oh, hey, by the way, you have 900 things to do. And then it just dies again. And I hate that. I hate that so much. I have a picture of naked dogs. True. Yeah, lots of naked dogs. Do you think if people were like that hairy, that like, okay, if somebody was as hairy as like a golden retriever is, do you think it would be acceptable for them to walk around in public without like pants or a shirt on if they were that hairy? Gotta be thinking, man. Like, I don't know. Like, what if you were just genuinely that hairy of a person and you just, you know, you just were walking around? True, Chewbacca doesn't wear clothes, right? So, like, could, like, a regular person do that as well if they just had that much hair? Or, like, maybe it's just, like, their top part, so they're wearing pants, okay? But like just their top body was just like that hairy. Would like no shirt, no service still apply to those people as well? I feel like you could like limit test with your hair if you had that much hair. If I had that much hair, I would limit test. I would try. And if you do have that much hair, what are you doing? You should limit test. Kind of bunny-like right now. We need tinier ears. And maybe we'll get one of these guys in here. Okay, I don't want to do like Chihuahua. As funny as like Chihuahuas are, I don't want to like do like Piranha and Chihuahua together. Steven, I'm sorry. It's I'm sorry. Yeah, it's that's what happens when I'm streaming. Things are, I don't know, kind of all over the place in terms of like topics, conversations. But yeah, if you have any questions about ZBrush or process, please feel free. I'm pretty like sleepy today, so narrating everything I do is not really on the list. Hey Dave, what's good? Alright. Let's just get this in here. I think... Okay, I'm not gonna separate this because I don't want like a separation for... There we go. We'll just handle it this way, and then we can Dynamesh that and work with it. Is that too high res? No, that's fine. So I'm also, in order to assist with like selection of like the jaw and stuff when I'm working this way, and yeah, it looks like weird right now because I just started, but you can also do this. Control W after you've masked something will create a new polygroup. And then if you control shift and click on it, you can isolate that part. And so that's usually what I do to help working on connected jaws and mouths and things like that. See, I was about to say nature again, things of that nature. Stopped myself. You're so sad the group sculpt this year? Oh, you missed the group. Oh, got you. Yeah. Yeah. There was a bunch of group sculpts this year though. Or group streams, group sculpting streams. I think I was in 2 of them, which is kind of crazy. Let's get this. This is, yeah, usually the way that I... Pronomouse! Yeah, they have that lower jaw as well, kind of like crazy. So I'm gonna, so... These references, like, it makes me sad to look at them, but they're like, and this is why I'm not sharing my board, it's like dogs that have their whole... It's so sad, man, but it's good reference. But like dogs that have had their whole like top jaw, like their snout area kind of like it's been removed, so it's just like their bottom jaw and like their tongue is left. It's so messed up, but it's like in terms of like making like a creature, it's like good reference. But I'm like looking, I'm like, that's so like ugh. Struggles, man, struggles as an artist. How are you? Did you have a good Christmas? Yeah, how about you? I mean, I had a pretty quiet Christmas. I didn't really do too much. Other than be hyped about James Webb Telescope. Watch the movie Don't Look Up. I highly recommend you guys to watch that, by the way. Very infuriating, but in like a good way, but also a bad way. Like it'll make you mad, right? Like, but like it's good, but like it'll make you mad. Yeah, yeah. Sound out its call, please? Sound out its call? What do you mean? What am I doing? I don't understand that. Hey Mackie, what's up? Yeah, Reaper, I know. That's why I'm looking at this. I'm like, I don't... Maybe it was like something medical. I'm just gonna choose to believe it was something medical and not somebody that did that, because I just don't understand. Like, it doesn't compute like how you could do that to something like an animal, you know? But it's good reference. And it's hard to look at, but it's good reference. The Matrix flop. I did not watch it. I have no interest in watching it. Like, it's sort of, to me, like, this is, I guess it's not really brave to say this, but it feels kind of like, you know, movies like that that come out, kind of just feels like nostalgia milking. I just, like, don't really, I don't know, I just don't really care. Gotta milk that nostalgia, baby. But who am I to say, like, dude, like, I literally thoroughly enjoyed the Halo campaign, right? And that was like nostalgia 9000. So who am I to say anything? But I did not see the Matrix. No, I did not see the Matrix. I'm wondering if this will even come across as the way that I want it to. Alright, let's just do the body and then I'll come back to that. The movie was not needed. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, I just, like I said, like, I just feel like it was just for nostalgia purposes. Like, how can we make money off of people who really want to just relive their childhood or, you know, teen years or young adult years, etc., etc. Just do be like that. Should we do... I think actually, because like Piranha goes up, but we can actually make it kind of go down too, and it would still technically be... Like, let me play around with this shape. I'm looking kind of for that piranha, but then at the same time, like, mixing, not a... Because, like, the typical thing that you could do with, like, mixing a piranha and a dog together is do, like, a straight-up bulldog mix, right? Like, because, like, they basically have no necks to begin with, and they just, like, meld into their body, so it's, like, a super easy thing to do. I'm trying to think, like, can I do this with a U-neck? E-W-E neck? Like, I don't know how to say it, UE. It's basically when the dog's neck was, like, straight up, instead of, like, you know, it's like forward and in. There is no concept for this. I'm concepting. I'm sketching on the fly. You just joined the stream after sculpting and tried to rotate my camera on the screen. I've had times like that as well, where I've literally just been like so engrossed in what it was that I was doing that I just didn't. It just didn't compute when I started watching like videos afterwards or something. Oh geez. All right. Hell yes, look at this. I am showing what I'm making, man. This is what I'm making. You know, when you're sculpting, so Something that a lot of people, I guess, when you're first getting into 3D, you don't realize that 3D is actually a great tool for concepting. I am a 3D concept artist and designer, so I do all of my illustrations, my concepts, my designs with the help of ZBrush. I will sculpt something out, and then I will use that as a fantastic base to start painting on and drawing on top of. So what you're seeing right now is quite literally the start of, I don't know, some kind of a design that I'm doing. It just do be like that. Can I get this? Yeah, I'm gonna have to break the piranha thing just a little bit, and then we can bring up the back here. I think that would work. Thinking, okay, wider legs, support more of like a thick chest, and here. You're looking like a giraffe. Or like a messed up horse. It's a goat? No. It's an alpaca? No. It's a llama? No. It's a chicken? No. It's Final Fantasy? No. It's Dark Souls? No. Hey Jin, how are you doing? Happy New Year as well. Need more interactive stream, more control over the viewers. Dude, can you imagine that? You join somebody's stream, they're sculpting something or drawing something or painting something, and like the viewers literally just start marking up your canvas or like rotating your model. They're like, I need to be involved, I need to see what you're doing. Lose my mind. Nice UI. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's just the stuff that I really need. I don't really need to over clutter it with anything, honestly. It's just stuff that I need, you know? What's that light, that red light on the desk? This is a candle. It is a candle. Wow. Bloomy. Looks like an infinity stone. You would tune in and watch that type of stream? That would be actual pain. That would be maximum pain. Ugh. Okay, I gotta snap out of this, man. I'm like tired today. I like the idea of like point ears, but then I get, so the piranha is very like straight faced. Don't want to lose that aspect of it. Let's see if I can like combine it properly. I know I should probably do the rest of the body, but I'm really like interested in getting like this weird face working before I move on to. I had like an idea. I don't know if it's necessarily going to work. What better way to play around with designs than in front of an audience that wants to see the final product immediately? Alright, let's do this. That out. Little bit of a peanut butter cup flap. One of my directors called it the peanut butter flap. I don't really know why they call this part of the ear the peanut butter flap, but Just remember that when I was working on Next Gen, one of my directors was just like, yo, Momo needs more of a peanut butter flap in his ear. And I was like, what the heck is a peanut butter flap? I don't know what a peanut butter flap is. Does anybody else call this part of the ear a peanut butter flap? I've never heard of that before. Never heard anybody else say it after that, too. And it's funny, he said it like I was just supposed to know what a peanut butter flap was. I was like, what is a peanut butter flap? Hey, Mater, how are you doing? Can I model a helmet and the dog is sitting on the helmet? Why would I do that? What would be the purpose here of modeling a helmet for the dog to sit on? Would it be like a chihuahua sitting on like a bounty hunter's helmet? Safety first. What are my pronouns? Her, they, it's totally fine, either. I honestly, if you wanted to call me he, I really don't care either. Can you model a... Wait. Can I draw a porcodio? What is a porcodio? What's a porcodio? I mean, you can share your pronouns if you want, but the thing is, I'm just gonna be calling everybody by their username. Like, I'm not gonna be calling your, like, I'll literally be referring to everybody as their usernames because I don't see you, I see your username. Ow. Mm. You ever just, like, slam a cup into your front teeth? Like, have very little, spatial awareness, so you just slam your cup into your front teeth? You know what I love about Monty's ears is they do this little thing. Like, they go straight up, right? And then at the very tip, they go like, boop. Like just that little like it just kind of like gives up. It's just like super straight, super like attentive, and then it just goes boop. Just right at the tip. There's like nothing there, no cartilage or anything. Alright, let's do... No more outwards and out. Okay, I don't care if you have problems with pronouns or not. Just shut up about it in the comments if you have a problem with it. Nobody cares if you have a problem with it. Like, stop. Just stop. Don't care. Don't care about your opinion on it. Nobody cares about your opinion on it. If you keep going, I'm gonna ban you. Stop it. I'm just doing that before you start going. Don't do it. Let's keep it ZBrush or like silly stories related. Keep it light, please, and thank you. Oh, Jesus, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that guy. Where you at? Bye-bye. I'm gonna bring this up. Start getting like, okay, I think it'll help if I just get some teeth in there, because I am kind of like a little bit all over the place right now, and we don't need that. Don't need that energy. Piranha's got like these like really like short, stubby, but sharp, like razor sharp teeth. Can the dog wrap around a sphere then? Wait, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh my god. Albanian YouTuber? I've never heard of that person. Sorry. Have I ever looked into doing a sculpt for an NFT? No, that's not really something that I'm interested in doing right now. It's just not something for me right now. Damn, dude. Alright. Wondering too, maybe I'll make them even tinier. Tinier and then like more of them. Do I still want to maybe give it canines? Yeah. Like it can still look piranha, but then have like that kind of like canine. I think that would work. Also, I don't really know what this playlist is either. This I think is supposed. Oh no, this is. Yeah, I don't know what this like playlist is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, chill, but that wasn't super chill. So, sorry. You love Muppet Face Cat Dragons. Hey man, just wait. You'll see. Relax. Everybody's like so like wound up, it seems. Chat's usually not like this, not usually like this. Can you name it? Sure. Name away. Do you have any tips for making asymmetrical characters? You find them very challenging compared to the opposite. Asymmetrical characters? Yeah, so essentially what I do anytime that I need something to be very asymmetrical is I'll go as far as I can, at least proportion-wise. You know, all of the base stuff in Symmetry, but then after a certain point, it's like, okay, you're just gonna have to put the work in to do the asymmetrical parts. Definitely get involved with Stager. You're gonna really like that. Like, let's say you had an asymmetrical character where one hand had like this big glove thing, you know, and maybe the opposite leg had like a, you know, a torn up boot, but the other one was a normal boot, or, you know, like a lot of like asymmetry stuff going on. In which case I would say make them separate subtools and then play around with Stager, because if you can get these things, you would put them in place. Here, let me find Stager. I put it on my my UI and I immediately forgot where it is. Oh geez. It's got to be in subtool. Where did I grab it from? I completely forget. As soon as I put it up here, I just completely forget. Anyways, if you look up Stager, it's very useful because you're essentially making two different places for it. So if this right here, right, is the home stage, let's say you know, my sphere is right here, I imported it, and then you click on home stage, you're creating the first target for this object. And then let's say I were to move it over here and position it like right at the arm, like right here, and I wanted it right here. This is the asymmetry area. And then I could put target stage. And so then when I switch stage, I can go right back to the home stage, switch stage, go right back to the target stage. So I can work on it in home stage, be it all, you know, symmetrical and stuff. I can start, you know, doing this stuff like, woo, I don't know, maybe you want these designs here for whatever reason. And then as soon as you switch stage again, that's going to transfer over here. The great thing about it though is you can still work on it asymmetrically as well, right? And then that will still be over here too. So that's actually super useful for doing asymmetrical things where you want to work on something that maybe a piece of it stays symmetrical, but you want to have it, you know, in place. So I've been using Stager a lot for different like pieces of geometry just to speed things up. Yeah, okay, tool and geometry. There, it's literally right there when I open it. I'm sorry guys, I told you I was really tired. Okay, so yeah, Stager's right here. And then you have all of this kind of stuff. There's also Interpolate. So if you were to, if I were to click that between the stages, then it will create like a sort of like, well, an interpolation of meshes depending on how many that you selected right there. So if you say stages count 8, right? So if you increase that number, you can even interpolate between the two stages that you have set for yourself. So you can create some like good like paneling and things like that. You can even do scale stuff this way. It's very, very useful. Yeah, and then you can copy this and paste it to other subtools as well. So there's a lot of stuff here to play with the Stager. So definitely check that out when you're working with asymmetrical characters or something that might have like asymmetrical armor or anything like that. It might help you. Yeah, feathers to a bird wing, very useful as well. Of course, you're gonna have to like go in there and like, you know, mess around with it and still do like manual like muck-ups and stuff, right? Just to get everything looking good, because like just interpolation on its own will give you a very mechanical feel, which is great for if you're doing mechanical things. Organic, when you're using it for organic stuff, you're always gonna have to go in and do a little bit more to it just to, you know, make it feel less like it's a machine. Thank you, Jin. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you like it. When the metaverse happens. See, the thing, you know what's really interesting about the metaverse, right? I don't like the idea of like Zuck's metaverse. Like I really don't like what he's doing with that, but in a way, like we kind of already all are cyborgs in like this beta version of the metaverse anyways. Like, you know, we always need to be on our phones, we're always looking at screens, we're always plugged in anyways. So, and they, you know, big corporations already have all of our data, all of this stuff, like they have full profiles on us and everything. So we're technically all are in a beta version of the metaverse already. it's just this idea of like, okay, so you guys have all kind of boiled the frog into it now. Like now let's like actually make it so your VR characters, like, I'm sorry, but like the way VR is right now, I have a VR headset. I'm not wearing that for like 50% of my day every day to do work and stuff. Like that's not gonna happen. It's too clunky and stuff. It's not there yet. Not for something like that, you know? So that, in my opinion, is not going to happen. But the metaverse, in terms of data and stuff like that, it's already there. So you just have to like think of it in like a different way. And I'm not very happy about it. I don't like the idea about it. But I'm also like, well, it's, you know, if it's happening, it's happening, I guess. VR chat is one of those things that like you can deal with it for like a little bit, but then it's just, I don't know. What's my opinion on watermelon? I love watermelon. Watermelon's dope. I haven't had a watermelon in a little bit. I don't want one. They're good. I like honeydew. Honeydew melons are good. How do you ZBrush streamers figure out these usages for these features? Well, okay, so one, we do a lot of trial and error and like, you know, messing around with it on our own time, because again, like, you know, for me, sculpting is my job, so I do a lot of this. I live, ZBrush is my metaverse. So I like to experiment with things and try different things, but on top of that too, because we all do that in our network, we all kind of like grab from each other different techniques and ideas. Also, on top of that, when a new update comes out, we usually talk with the devs of Pixologic. Like Paul usually shows us a lot of stuff, right? So so it's easier to relay these tools to you guys as well. Yeah, game test, exactly. That's exactly it. I love testing the limits too. Like whenever new stuff comes out, I'm just like, so how far can I push this before it explodes? What do I use to paint the models? Okay, so I do keyshot renders after. I'll throw this into keyshot, do a couple of material passes just for different colors and reflectivity purposes. It's usually not too much. Maybe I'll like, you know, do one material pass with like a couple of surface textures on there if I wanted to overlay it in Photoshop. My latest one that I did, the jackal, for example, the hexagons, I just threw that as a material pass in keyshot, rendered it real quick, and then I was able to overlay it like and paint via masks onto everything. So it was really, really fast to get that, rather than like, you know, photo bashing it in, like everything, you could just mask it out, right? So that's usually what, but I also, for more of my concept stuff for work, I usually mix with photo bashing as well, just to like get stuff done faster. Because, yeah, it's a lot. Like, you know, especially when I have to do like marketing illustration or something like that, I'm like, oh my god, I have like a really strict deadline on this, but it has to be like top tier, like top notch looking quality. Okay, I want to make this look better. Okay, let's see. I think these eyes, I'm gonna play around with this. Okay. Okay. I think that feels better. Kind of like Voldemort-y, isn't it? Like a kind of like a Voldemort-y looking dog thing. that works better for me. I wouldn't say sculpting in VR is a meme. I find it a lot of fun. My only problem is just like the clunkiness of it at this point. I don't see it being physically viable to keep going unless like you have like, you do like neck, you know, I don't know if you guys have ever been ad targeted on Instagram for that thing called like the iron neck, and these dudes just have like these like tire-sized necks, and they put like this strap on their head and they just go from the wall to like strengthen their neck. Like, I swear to God, like unless you're doing something like that, you're gonna hurt yourself with VR. For like, that's my opinion anyways. Okay, don't tell anybody to quit. Don't call anybody a loser. Please, please, please. Keep it lighthearted here. We don't want any of that. Can I give it cat ears? We're doing a Piranha Dog. So, do I animate too? I graduated from animation with an animation bachelor's, and I haven't animated since. So, can I animate? Maybe. We'll never know. Okay, and then I'll pull, I think I'm gonna pull all of this stuff down lower. I'm a professional ZBrush breaker. Not as much anymore. Not as much. I know when I'm testing things, I can get a little bit crazy, but ZBrush honestly lets me go pretty far with it. It's wild. Let's see. I don't have any plans to do anything with NFT stuff right now. It's more along the lines of a self-integrity thing. I'm sure that there's a market for that I could sell to somebody and people would buy the things that I do. But it's sort of just kind of like understanding what it is that you're selling. I don't like so I haven't, to keep this in context, right? Like, I have not done any tutorials or anything like that and sold that specifically because I don't feel like what I have to offer, at least at this point, isn't something that is not redundant and wouldn't, like, you know, other students would find more benefit from other artists that already put their stuff out there. There's so much information out there that I just don't feel super good at this moment, like putting something out there, because it doesn't feel like a good product to me. So when it comes to NFTs, I really think about like, well, what it is that you're selling. I would rather somebody, you know, if they wanted to support me as an artist, then, you know, just follow me on my socials, I guess, and like the stuff that I do. Like, that's way better for me personally, because it'll get me work and things. Whereas like NFTs at this moment, you're just like, you're selling them a hash. You're not even selling them the art. You're not selling them the copyright or anything like that. It's just a hash. So it does feel a little bit like I'm being disingenuous if I were to sell NFTs with like my art attached to it, because that's not what you're selling. So that's not really why I'm involved. I just don't want to be involved with that right now. If there is a use case for it in the future that's stronger, then I will consider it again, right? But like at this moment, like it's not for me. It's not really, it's just it's a self choice, right? It's a personal choice. Give me money. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, it's not really this. I just don't see a use for it right now. Like if somebody were to buy an NFT from me, it just feels like they're not really like buying my art, right? Like they're buying a hash. So it just doesn't feel genuine in terms of like an art sale to me, at least. What games am I working on? I'm not working on games. I work in film and TV actually. But it would be really cool to work in games. I would like that. But I just, at the moment, like it's all been TV and film. Physical prints? Yeah, there's a couple of prints available on my ArtStation right now. Not really like much. I haven't really like gotten too far into that either. Potentially. I mean, like that one, that seems like a more interesting avenue for me, or even like you know, eventually like maybe an art book or something like that. It would be kind of cool. Because I know like I like art books. I've got a couple of them. Yeah. Have I ever tried a game jam? No, I have not, but I think that would be really fun. It's kind of sad, actually. I wish that, like, when I was in college, that I participated more in those, like, 24-hour film things and stuff. Like, what can you make in 24 hours? I think that would have been, like, really, really fun. But I was just always such a loner, you know? And I'm still a loner. It's, like, it's hard for me to, like, make friends and keep friends, because I don't know, I suck. I just immediately retreat to the safety of like my room. But like game jams and 24-hour film things and things would probably make really strong friendships. I'm sure a lot of you, like if you've participated in game jams, still like talk to those people that you hung out with and stuff. Yeah. Yo, we're all loners in here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not cursing all of you to be loners. Oh wait, I missed a whole bunch of chat. Let's see, does anyone... Yeah, the turtle animation. Somebody remembers the turtle animation I did in school. What's my advice on being a faster artist? You tend to take several months to finish characters with clothing, armor, weapons, etc. Should you kit bash? If you are a beginner artist, do not kit bash. If you are a concept artist, kit bashing could be okay, but it's like when you first start out, I don't recommend, you know, kit bashing everything you do, because you're not learning, you know, the fundamentals of sculpture, you know, painting, etc. Speed, I would not worry about when you're first starting. I would not really even worry about that until an employer says, hey, we really need this a lot faster, you need to work faster. Because the thing is, like, speed comes naturally. The more you work at something, the faster you're going to get at it. So that's not really like something you should bog yourself down with, because then you forget everything else that's really important, and you're just like, how do I shortcut? How do I shortcut? How do I shortcut? And eventually you get to a place where you've just been shortcutting everything that you'll run yourself into a wall when you actually can't, or you know, you're required to do a little bit more and you've kind of like maybe stunted yourself. So I would say don't stress about speed. It will happen over time. Shortcuts are good, but implement shortcuts in a way that speeds up your workflow after you've established your workflow. Do you know what I mean? After you are comfortable in the base, which is like sculpting and modeling and stuff like that. Do I sculpt from reference or imagination, or both? Both. You know, there's nothing wrong with using reference. In fact, you should be using reference. It is not cheating. It's making you better as an artist. The only way that your imagination grows and the only way that you can be creative as a person is by looking at things. You can't imagine something that you haven't seen. Like, things are not going to just metaphysicize inside of your head. If you've never seen a dog, you're not going to know what a dog, like, you know, you're not going to be able to just come up with a dog out of nowhere if you've not seen any other animals, and, you know. So it's just, it's one of those things where you need to be looking at reference in order to strengthen your visual library so that your imagination is stronger. The more stuff that you have stored in your head, the more connections your brain can make in order to create crazy combinations of stuff, right? Like that's just it. You use reference to just keep strengthening what it is that you know. Sorry, I'm catching up on everything. Oh, sculpting in VR? Yeah, the name of that app was Medium. It's not anything like ZBrush. It really isn't. Do I do clay sculpting? I used to do clay sculpting. I love it. I love it so much. It's slower than ZBrush, obviously, but there is something to be said about the tactical nature of clay sculpting that is just irreplaceable. And if I had the space and time, I would do a lot more clay sculpting. So if you have the ability to, yeah, clay sculpt. It's great. It's fantastic. Let's see. Should you go to school for 3D designing or just watch tons of YouTube videos and keep watching your streams? I think that's 100% up to you and your own personal choice. Like, do you need a piece of paper, for example, right? School doesn't necessarily, it won't guarantee you get work, and it won't guarantee that you get better as an artist either. What will guarantee you getting better and learning in terms of art is by doing. It's very hands-on, it's very experience-based. You know, getting critique from other people, you'll learn things very, very well. But a lot of schools, unfortunately, are outdated, and they give outdated know-how, and it's usually not worth the $100 grand that you'll sink into it, or whatever stupid amount, right? So if you do want a list of schools though to consider, I'd say look at the Rookies. Let me see if I can find that website, actually. I know I'm talking a lot, I'll sculpt in a bit, but I'm answering questions. The Rookies school. Let me see if I can find that. So these, here we go. These schools here from the Rookies are at least vetted, so they know that they're, like, you know, up to date, and they're not gonna be like fully like scamming you for knowledge, you know, like the teachers have actually worked in the industry and things like that. So definitely check that out if and you know, if it is something that you want, but just know that it's not 100% necessary to go to school to be a good artist. It's your portfolio. You got to do. You just have to do art, and art that means something to you, that matters to you. Keep it happy, keep it interesting to yourself. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Books, courses to recommend for anatomy and etc. When it comes to anatomy, my biggest one that I tell people to look at is Anatomy for Sculptors. Oh my gosh, here, let me get that one too. Sculptors. Here. This is fantastic. Fantastic. All of them. All of them are fantastic. What's my GPU? Have I tried Octane? I have not tried Octane, but my GPU is a 2070, an RTX 2070. I have not been able to get an upgrade from that, but my 2070 is going strong. Can't complain. I have not been able to get an upgrade. Am I working off of some concept art? No, I'm creating concept as I go. I've got a few references of piranhas up on my screen, but I'm going off the seat of my pants. Trying to answer questions really fast. Is it better to work full-time or as a freelancer from my experience? that is 100% a personal opinion. Like, some people that I know really like working in studio, in-house. They like that way more. Whereas me, personally, way prefer being a freelance artist. It does suck, the disconnect that you have from the studio, though. That really sucks for me. I don't like the idea that I'm just like, well, they can just let me go, you know, just like bleh, if they want to. That sucks. But you know, on the other hand, the level of freedom is quite nice. But like the in-house experience is awesome too, because of the camaraderie that you have with people. You get to make friends. There's always a social aspect of it, right? That is really great. But with social things, you know, there's also downsides too. So it just comes down to your personal experience and what you like. Have I watched Arcane? Yes, of course I've watched Arcane. It was fantastic. Still have a 7.9. Oh my god. I hope you can upgrade it soon. Yeah, people are very weird on my streams. I agree, Blitz. It's very, I don't know, man. Very weird. In other words, just explore, trial and error, get your hands dirty. Yep, that's it, William. That's it. Get those hands dirty as dirty gets. At least in regards to working digitally, I guess it just means get them sweaty. Get them sweaty. Bookie. Let me delete that. I don't want that. Let me duplicate this. So anybody coming in asking like what's going on with this, I'm making a Piranha Dog. So a dog and a piranha, if they had somehow babies together, what would that look like? I know that the easiest thing to do when it comes to mixing a dog with a piranha would literally be a bulldog, but I didn't really want to do bulldog. I didn't want to go for that typical like, well, you could just, you know, the bulldog already has that neck that's basically attached to its body. Like, just like, or its head that's just like, it goes right into the body. So, I'm doing something a little bit different. Just trying to see if it works. It's good. Interesting, because like, yeah, the piranha goes up like this. I guess I could like, yeah, let's just make the body bigger. Make the body bigger, and then that'll be the rib cage that comes down like that. Yeah, we could do that. We could work on it kind of like this. Maybe not as extreme. Working with these shapes. It's interesting. Gotta get those hips. Maybe cut that down just a bit. A little bit too extreme. How Question is like, how much of a barrel do I want with the... I want a barrel, yeah. Barrel, body. And then here we could do maybe some spines. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Okay, grab all of this, flip forward a bit and up just a little. All right. Mom's sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. Knees weak. Mom's spaghetti. Useful to use a mesh base and learn muscles from there, or is it starting from scratch when you're a beginner? I think there's merit to both of them, Mage. You know, the thing is, when you're a beginner, you can lose patience with something very quickly. I like to break anatomy down into bite-sized pieces as tasks, right? So like, for example, maybe you want to learn how an arm works. You're just going to do an arm only by itself. Learn how feet work. You just do a bunch of like feet sculpts, hands, break them off, do a bunch of skulls. You know what I mean? So then when it comes to working from scratch, I would say in those cases, definitely work from scratch. But if you're gonna do something like a pose study or whatever, fine, use like a base mesh and then, you know, pose from there and then work asymmetrically on top of that to learn. You know, when it comes to learning proportions though, start from scratch, right? Like, you don't want to grab a base mesh if you don't understand why proportions work the way that they do. Yeah, it's for Creature January, because I probably won't be able to do it on the first, like the first prompt on the first day, so you might as well get in there. So something that like dogs have, I really like, are their little lippies, like on the side bits. They kind of do like this little like sawtooth pattern on their lips, which is really, really cool. Can you make this better? I not want pretend that thing. Can you try making your grammar better so I can understand what it is you're saying? what's up, Steven? How are you doing? How are you transforming them when you move all of them and put them in place? So if you hit the pizza box, right, then, so initially this is what you're gonna get. If you hit the pizza box, you're just gonna have like whatever, nothing's happening. Hold Control Shift and then click on something, and all of a sudden you can see, like, this is per subtool, right? You Control Shift and click on one of your subtools with the pizza boxes enabled. That will activate it. That will add it to the selection. Then you can Control Shift and click on another subtool that will add it to a selection. Control Shift and click your other one and your other one, etc. And then you can move these things. Now you see this is masked. I mean, okay, that's kind of like freaky and cool, and I kind of like it, but that's not what we're intending. So make sure that your masks are clear before you do that. Otherwise you're gonna have issues, because it does work with masks involved as well. And if you wanted to deselect everything, Control Shift and drag off, or, you know, click, deselect, click, you know, off of your model, and it will select or deselect. Control Shift and drag onto certain parts of your mesh or your model, and it will select the subtools that are within that selection range. So you can do like just this, and then it won't select the eye, right? It'll just select these teeth, just the teeth. Oh, it got everything else, right? And so, see, it'll just select these two. So Control and Shift are your two keys while the pizza boxes are active. Okay? And when you were modifying the teeth to fit into place, when I was modifying the teeth to fit into place, I was using the snake hook brush, and I was just kind of like pushing and pulling them. But if you mean like specifically just one at a time, you can see that I have different polygroups on all of these things. So if you were to go in, well, I mean, you could go Control W, will give you one polygroup for everything. But then if you go down into polygroups, and here there's this button called auto groups, it basically finds per mesh. I mean, you could do this like with Move Topological as well. That brush works as well for this. I prefer using polygroups because it's more controlled, because I'm a little bit like of a freak when it comes to like where my cursor is at any one given time. I'm kind of like moving a lot. So I like to use polygroups instead. So auto groups will, when you click this, like I have it up here in my UI, it will automatically give you a rainbow. So now your teeth are Skittles. That's good, because each individual one of these means that you can Control Shift and click on it and isolate it, mask, right? And now you can start moving it around by itself without all of the other ones moving with it. However, you notice that symmetry is not working. That's because these two are assigned to different polygroups. How do you fix that? Mirror and weld. Now they're both the same, right? That's it. Easy. And mirror and weld you can find down in the deformation tab. Mirror? No, it's just, where's mirror and weld now? They moved mirror and weld. Where do you find this? Geometry. Oh, they moved it to geometry. Okay. Geometry, it's mirror and weld. In holding control over top of something will let you know where it is. Geometry, mirror and weld. They moved it. Tool, geometry, mirror and weld. Where? Anyways, it's in here. It's in here. Modify topology. There you go. I have it on my UI, so I forget where it is. That's another point that I want to make too, because I know how I operate. Is I'll put something on my UI or something will be on my UI, and I will completely forget where it is in the interface, which is my own problem, I guess, but I'm sure other people also feel that way. And so when you're learning ZBrush or going from the beginning, I recommend you don't just use other people's UIs if you're watching tutorials and things like that, because you're gonna be like, where do I find these things? Where is it? You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, it's in Mirror. Oh, they didn't move it. It was always there. It's just me being dumb. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, it just absolutely obliterates my memory of anything. Okay. I think I'm gonna get the piranha shape more with the spine. Ah. No, I'm not. I'm not. It's rough, right? Because you're like, oh, maybe I want a dog body, but dog body is not really compatible with piranha body. Piranha body is very much bulldog. Ugh, why didn't I just go the easy route? Could just make this very bulldog-like. I chose, I wanted the neck. Let's see, maybe I can find a compromise. Like, what if... Bear with me. I think you could probably get more of like a stalkery vibe with that. We could work with it. I could work with that. Just gotta make sure that this has like a separation right here. Then let me do that. Bring that more. So then the barrel chest comes out. There's the spine thing, and then these guys. Alright, so we're gonna want to pull these. Yeah, this is gonna look really freaky. Yeah, this is gonna look really freaky. Okay. Alright, let's do it like this. Yeah, this'll work. Let that come over. So and then we can get all of this kind of like continued from the neck, or the base of the head to the neck. We're thinking about, again, the piranha has like this continued like shape that keeps going, but then at the same time we don't want to forget about the dog aspects. So it's sort of like, It's interesting because, like, yeah, like people are saying, there is like a bit of like this llama vibe. I think the more we put into this, the less llama it'll look. And like these like super thin spines in the center. Will definitely help this. Do you use a Sculptress mode or Dynamesh? I use Dynamesh personally. I know Sculptress is good for, I like to use Sculptress for like in between fingers or like pulling out very specific like small like tendrils or things like that that like I don't want to Dynamesh again. I'll just kind of like pull it out, right? With Sculptress. Otherwise, yeah, I'll just be using Dynamesh. I like that workflow. I think the body, like, okay, Piranha is like... like wondering, can I get the Piranha body to look like less chunky? I'm gonna try. Because I think it can still look like a Piranha. Mixed with like a more slender, but still built dog, you know? I don't think it has to be bulldoggy. Does it have lungs or gills, or is it cursed to be on land? I'd say yes. I want it to be a land-bearing thing that's like kind of always like it'll be kind of like moist. I see it being very much like a swamp. Like it kind of walked onto, I don't know how a piranha and a dog would come to be necessarily, but I think the origins would be piranha. This thing finally got its way onto land, and I know this doesn't really make sense biologically because it would be more amphibian in that sense, but mixing with a dog, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of like the idea of it being more swamp faring anyways. That's what I feel like. Yeah, I like that difference as well. I like that play. I'm just trying to make the side work better. I think, hold on, let's get like... Got like these really cool 8 crochets. Yeah. This part always trips me up with a dog, right? Because it's like, it's essentially like a human chest, but like pushed downwards into a new kind of like a new direction. Embarrassing. It always trips me up. Ew. It's funny, I was looking for reference and I saw this like jacked dog meme that I never knew of before. Hold on. Let me find it. It freaked me out. This absolute unit of a dog, dude. Like, I was literally looking for a reference and I came across this nonsense. Like, what is... Like, what is this? That's scary. What's going on? And then, of course, like, you know... You're like, oh, God. Stupid. Hello? Bow down. There we go. Like, he's in the gym. Like, it's like walking in. Yeah, I know. It's like, it literally is just a dog no, it's not mangled in Photoshop. It's just like the dog from the back, dude. Like, it's just... It's literally its butt. Like, that's its butt, right? Like, that's its tail, the dog's tail. These are its hind legs right here. Hind legs, tail, butt, and then that's its head. This is its whole back right here. It's just foreshortening. But it looks like it's standing... It looks like it's standing up, like it's jacked, like it's... You know what I mean? It looks like there's like here's its, like, triceps, you know? Yeah, that's like this is literally its butt. I didn't see that at first too. I was like, is that even possible? Dogs' muscles don't work that way. Wait, what? Oh, man. I saw that at like 5 in the morning too. I was like, what the hell is going on? Okay, let me just do a little Dynamesh on this guy right here. Try and get some stuff working. Let's do here, center. These kind of come down in this way. Be a pocket here. Then also another good thing to know is like these ones right here. We're gonna want to like buff this out because this is a reference point. Kind of push it forward. Herm. Shouldn't be pointing outwards either. Very much straight. Yeah, that dog looked like it was working out. It's kind of funny. Okay, get that. Back muscles of this guy. We don't want as much just piranha for here. Like the shape, yes, but I'm gonna Dynamesh this again. Put that in. That. Do this. Oops. Do I use ZBrush and project details afterwards? Yeah, if I wanted a, if I wanted more detail, but because I do things like conceptually, like for like paint overs and stuff like that, usually I don't go to that stage unless it's like for a much more refined sculpt. A lot of my sculpts are very like messy, just enough to kind of like, you know, sculpt on top of. But if I needed to refine something for production or whatever, then yes, I will ZBrush or retopologize depending on what it is that I need to do. And then I will reproject. So, let's see. Let's get like a tail going. Don't like how high up this is. I'm gonna cut them. I'm gonna cut. Save first. Vampire, what? How did I learn? Do you have any advice? In addition to reference figures I bought, but don't get to me, or... Oh, you bought reference figures, but they're taking a long time to get to you? I mean, yeah, mine took like 3 months to ship to me. I mean, COVID's awful right now with shipping stuff, but in terms of animal and anatomy, it's one of those things where like I'd recommend like starting some kind of like just do like sketches, like creature sketches or something like that, and focus on parts of like different animals. Like if you're gonna do a creature that is more dog-like, then focus on aspects of like the dog that you want to learn at that time, just the same as you would human anatomy. Break it down into parts. I like to do it where I'm like mismatching creatures, but if you're just starting out, maybe you want to do just like a dog sculpt, you know? Maybe you want to do just like a cat sculpt and have your references of anatomy up while you're doing that, right? There's different categories of animals as well that will help you make sense of anatomy regarding that across like that umbrella of like that species umbrella, that genome umbrella, or whatever. Like if you're doing a dog, regardless of if it's like a Chihuahua, a Saint Bernard, a wolf, like, you know, like even hyenas, even though they're like kind of in between feline and canine, you still get the idea if you understand how like the dog anatomy works. Cat anatomy has its own thing as well, so you study like the cats, and then like there's equestrian, right? So like horse, like gazelle, all of that kind of stuff has its own kind of way that it works too. I would say lizards are in their own category as well, you know? So it's like different things like that. Snakes and things are kind of simplified when it comes to anatomy in regards to that stuff. So I wouldn't like say, oh, hyper focus on snake anatomy, but think about like the bigger like umbrellas of animals. You know, like, oh, do something dog related, do something cat related, do something equestrian, and you're gonna be able to like kind of mix match stuff eventually. Deactivate the focal shift point of the gizmo. Would like to know. Deactivate the focal shift point? I don't think I really can help with that. So you're saying like you don't like when your focal shift on the gizmo is anything but -100? I mean, when you have the focal or the gizmo active, you can right click off of it and then you can adjust the focal shift there. I know that, like, you know, when you adjust like the focal shift to anything else, you're like doing that gummy, like, you know, scaling and stuff like that. If you don't want that, just I guess always keep it at -100, otherwise I don't really know. I don't really know otherwise how to do that. Sorry. Where can you buy these these ones? You can get at 3D Total. They're very expensive though, so if you don't have the money, like, don't worry, you can still like look at references online. Like, just Google stuff. It's honestly totally fine and good. I just like having something there with me that I can always like look at that isn't necessarily like on a screen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Core, I'm sorry. I don't really know how to just like get rid of a slider like that. I don't think you really can. Hey, TY. A J raid? Oh, we're being raided! So slow today. Hey, J raid. Everybody from J stream. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the Sleepy Gang. Sleepy ZBrush crew. They didn't come because you're in Italy? Oh, I'm sorry, Monkey. Yeah, it does. It's kind of one of those things. It takes a very long time. I mean, at least it doesn't have to cross the sea to get to you, right? Like, it's from the UK. For me, it had to, like, go across the ocean, so... But I also like to like push these angles a little bit because I don't like when things are directly like this, you know, like parallel to each other. Even if, like, you know, when they're muscles and things, like, I just don't like the feeling of parallel lines, so I'll probably adjust these a whole bunch. Where do I get my music? This is Pretzel Rocks. It's just free, here. Here we go. Raiders of the Lost. Alright, let's speed things up a bit because I am working at a snail pace today. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay. So we can actually just like grab the dog for their paw. Is that paw even good? No, I'll make my own. I'll make my own paw. Screw it. Screw it. This one, not like in that song. Hmm. Did I have a happy Saturnalia? What is that? What's a Saturnalia? Am I dumb? Had a okay holiday. I mean, it's very chill. Didn't really do much. I don't think a lot of people did very much this holiday. Oops. Do I want to measure that? There we go. Then this, right? You can do home stage and then you can do a target stage. So I can see what this looks like over here. Oops. Okay, and then you bring it back, switch stage. I screwed up. Oh well, whatever. That's my bad. Do it live. What is the home stage, switch stage, your language in ZBrush? Home stage and switch stage. So I clicked the wrong one by accident. Sometimes that happens. But basically, like I said before, you create two, hold on here, I'll show you. You create two different sets of something. So like, let's say right here, you wanted to do something symmetrically and stay symmetric with it. You could say, okay, well here, this is gonna be my home stage. And then, you know, you wanted to see what it looks like, you know, in place. Like maybe you wanted the cylinder right here, right? Then you could make that the target stage. And then when you switch stage, it goes back to the home. And switch stage, it goes back to the target, right? And no matter what, like if you were to make changes on either in either place for it, it will maintain that and it will go back and forth. And you can even like, you know, dynamesh it if you want, and it'll still maintain those stages. So you can stay symmetric if you want to. That's why I was like doing that, but then I was like, ah, oh, stupid me, like I forgot, like, you know what I mean? So then you can do like bracers and armor bits and things like that. Like it's really good for like hard surface things, but you can also use it for organics as well. Yeah, Mark, you can check out like literally the hundreds of other streams that I do to see what it is, like what my workflow is. Like usually I just kind of I don't care if it's messy. That's the big problem. Is so many people when they first start out, they're like, oh my god, like I need to make sure everything is perfect. I have to do things by the book. It has to be like, you know, all of my habits and things like that I form right now need to be perfectly clean, perfectly perfect, you know. And that's not really the case, because you can always clean up afterwards. You know, you don't have to be so strict and tight with everything that you do. Some people will find comfort in that, which I completely understand, but I also find that it can slow you down. It can kind of inhibit your creative process. If you have 100 different ideas running through your head at once and you want to try different things, make it like, you know, trying all of these things and keeping it super clean as you're trying them will just slow you down and it'll frustrate you. At least that's the way that my brain works. Like if I have an idea, I want to do it. Like I want to just do it and like figure out if it works, and if it doesn't, then I want to do another thing really quick. I don't care if it's gross topologically. If it needs to be good topologically later, I can fix that. It doesn't matter. Right now, I only care about design and the actual art behind it. Later, you can fix like whatever you want, literally anything. But like, yeah, most artists that I know, specifically like concept artists, like we don't care if it's ugly geometry, right? Because we're just going to be using it to render or paint over anyways. It's not going in game, it's not going in film. It's being used as like a pitch. It's being used to create something better later on. It's being used for ideas, right? And so that's really what it is. That's the whole purpose. Yeah, you just gotta like kind of say, you know what, screw it, like I just want to like do stuff, right? You can always clean stuff up later. If you are working on a design and you're getting like bogged down with like, oh, it's not clean enough or whatever, like just kind of keep working at like, you know, doing stuff like quick and dirty and messy, and worry about fixing it later. If you get the design working, then you can fix it, right? And work on like learning proper topology, actually refining your mesh, cleaning it up, you know, all of these kinds of things, which are very important for the pipeline and learning how to do that. But something that's equally important that people do not talk about, especially if you consider yourself more of a craftsman than like, you know, a creative like artist or whatever, which, you know, there's creativity and craftsmanship as well. I'm not saying that. It's just more of like, how do you view 3D art, right? So if you're viewing it more of like art, like expression, you know, and like speed and like things of that nature, and not necessarily like ideas, coming up with ideas and things like that with speed, as opposed to making sure that all of your topology and UVs are correct and things like that. If you're thinking that way, then you're gonna want to like get inspired. You're gonna want to keep that momentum going, right? Like it's about encouraging yourself artistically as well, just as much. And so there's kind of like a clash as well that I see in the 3D community where you have like some people saying like, you know, well, no, you need to only be doing things a clean way. You only need to be doing things like, you know, working on your technicals. Thing is, you do need to work on your technicals, but also you need to really, really be focusing on things that excite you, make you think more, make you want to keep creating and pushing and doing stuff. I use ZBrush like a 3D sketchbook, right? And I don't think that that's wrong. In fact, my career is based off of it. So, yeah. How can I make this area work, I wonder? Probably a like much thicker base of the neck. Yeah, and that, yeah, I know it's hard. It's hard to keep your, like, I guess, like, that spark going, right? Mine is constantly, like, just fizzling out, fizzling out, fizzling out. So, I get it. Gotta keep, like, the, encouraging things going. Things that make you go, like, oh, I wanna actually get off my bum and try this. It's also like really daunting, right? Like, you know, thinking about an entire project that you have to do. Like, if you wanted to just like make, you know, some cool power armor or something like that. But then you're like, you know, you're bogged down with that thought of, oh my god, I have to retopologize it, and then I have to, like, you know, by hand and make sure everything is good and cleaned up and hard surface, and then I have to, like, UV it, and then I have to go through and texture it, and then I gotta set it up in, like, Marmoset or render it or whatever, and then composite it. You know, you're thinking about, like, this entire like pipeline for this one thing that you just want to concept, and it's like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that at all unless you're working on your portfolio to become a 3D modeler. But if you just want to do something for fun, not everything has to be for your portfolio, right? That's another thing too. Of course, if you don't have a portfolio, you really want to be working on that portfolio, make sure that you have pieces that have your proper topology, UVs, textures displayed if you want to be a 3D modeler. But if you're looking for like your own personal, you know, art release, there's nothing wrong with just sketching something and leaving it dirty. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it'll help you. It'll really help you, like, motivate to keep going. The problem comes is if you want to become a 3D modeler and that's all you do is the dirty stuff. That's when you need to be like, okay, I gotta actually clean up some of this, right? I gotta actually take this to the end. Oh, awesome, Amelia. I'm so glad that you liked that. Yeah, I come from a 2D background as well, so I really, really enjoy the alpha, make alpha 3D. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad it helped. Awesome. Mm-hmm. See if I can't, like, get this chunked in here. Gotta work on these paws. Damn pawsies. Hey Eugene, how are you doing? Backface masking turned on for all of the brushes. I don't think so actually. I know that you can keep, like this right here is, remember, dynamic mode for your brush for all of the brushes, but I don't think that you can keep brush presets active for every single brush that you have. No. Yeah, I if I were you, I would drop it onto your UI like he Zen said. I have mine right up here, so that like if I click a brush and then I just click backface masking or click it off, and it'll tell you if it's on or off, right? So that's usually what I do, is just kind of leave it there. Have everything kind of like that I need, like to click on my interface. Working with multiple subtools at a time to try stuff out. Yeah, yeah, because you could always Dynamesh stuff. The idea is like, don't start going into like skin detail or anything. Keep stuff separate, you know, like different things that you want to play with proportion wise, so that you can kind of like work out like where you want stuff to go. This is very useful when designing things, so that you're not like constantly masking and pulling and masking and pulling. You just like alt click and then move it, you know, like it's good. And don't be afraid to like completely just obliterate something if you don't like it. It's not working. That's what I did with the neck, right? I completely changed the design. It was not working. I want this to be more like an alert tail. Maybe we should go back to the head now. Hey Giraffe, how you doing? Yeah, there's like piranhas and a couple of dogs on my screen. No concept. Making that up. Not so there's nothing like concept-wise that I can share. This is the concept. Sculpting them lip flappies, you know? Doo-doo-doo. Is one of those dogs a pug? No. No. No pugs here. Because that's sort of it, right? Like I figured like that would be, it would be like a pug or a bulldog or a chihuahua would be like the easiest way to mix like a piranha with. I'm like, well, why don't we try something different than that? Try a longer necked dog. Not one that's like inherently bug-eyed and stuff like that. See what kind of like crazy creepy thing we can make. Really, piranhas have like these little like nose holes right here. Do that. Okay, I'm gonna grab some of these and do a bit more teeth. A little bit asymmetric as well. I'm a little bit quiet right now because like I haven't been sculpting really at all this stream, so I'm trying to do at least some sculpting, you know? Because all I've been doing is like talking and being tired. So I'll look at chat in a second. Just do a little bit of like these. I'll move all of these around too after. Okay. I keep auto grouping just so I can here, I'm gonna mask my polygroups at max so I can just kind of move them around like this. Using snake hook with mask by polygroups, which you can just use move topological as well, but this is what I do. You can choose to do that or just use move topological brush. Works the same way. Making some space, because as much as like overlapping teeth is really cool, you need it to make sense. It needs an orthodontist, honestly. That's how you know it's a piranha. It's got them piranha teeth. I'm also gonna make them kind of like face forward more, because they're just facing down right now. I want them outwards. Push out. Hey, okay. No, you guys could talk. It's totally fine. I was just kind of like doing a little bit of focus. Whoa, I just realized how red I was. How could I did not look at myself in this. Hold up. Hello? What is... Bruh. Why was I so red? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Relax. There we go. Nobody told me how red I was. Is that a scent candle? Stress? Yeah, it's just like a chill thing. I like working with candles. I work in the moonlight or the candlelight. Popcorn? Did you make popcorn? I don't like eating during stream. When was it? Oh yeah, I should take a break and then come back. It's not my natural color? What, red skin? Just like glowing red skin? I don't know, man. Alright, let me give you guys a BRB screen and I will be back in like 5 minutes. Not even. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom really quick. Alrighty, I'll be right back in just a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, alrighty, I am back. I am back with a big boy. Alright, let's see, what are you guys saying? Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, pretty much, you guys just, Sorry for just like leaving you on BRB breaks, but we usually do that like in the middle of the stream because they're 4 hours long, so I just kind of like get up and then we get a Monty break. This boy. Peppers! Hi Lofar, how are you doing? I missed you earlier. I think I saw your comment and then I got distracted. How are you doing? Look at this. You want a popcorn? You want some popcorn. Monty is the best boy. Ooh, let's see if you guys can like hear him like chewing. Hold on, let's try it. You wanna like, you wanna chew? You wanna chew? No, not chewing. You gotta chew in the mic. You gotta chew in the mic. Come on, here you go. Popcorn, take it. Take it. You're flinging it everywhere. Take it. No. Come on, chew in the mic. Here. Take it. Good boy. Okay. Go find the scraps on the ground. Don't worry, the popcorn doesn't have any butter or anything, it's just plain popcorn. He's fine. Alright. Let's do this. I got me some fizzy water. I'm gonna get actually focused on this. We're gonna get through it. If you guys have any questions, I'll keep taking like breaks and answering questions, but we haven't been like super sculpty this stream, so I'm gonna try and like actually like for the last little bit of stream. Like the last 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually why he's named that Monty Python. Named Monty. Hey, buddy, come here. Come here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Come on. I'll give you another one. Grab it. Take it from me. Alright. Time to work. Okay, these paws, not good. Not good, boy. If you ever have that issue, by the way, you either have a mask that isn't visible or your mask by Polygroups is still on. Take that off, and then you'll be like, oh, great, now I can sculpt on stuff again. Awesome. Beautiful anatomy. I don't think so, not yet. But I appreciate your vote of confidence. This one's definitely gonna need some work. is usually where all their fur comes out of. Just have to trim Monty's like grinchy feet underneath all of it. You give this one like very like pronounced pads, I think. You bought a perpetual ZBrush license after the announcement? Well, I mean, don't worry just yet, okay, about any of that. We don't know what's gonna happen. And up until this point, Pixologic has been incredibly user forward. Like, they're very like pro user. So all of the dev team is going with them to the new company takeover, essentially, or partnership, or whatever you want to call it. Like the whole dev team is going with them, so I don't feel like their values are gonna change. You know, like they're not gonna change their values just all of a sudden. So don't worry too much. I think the initial thing, like, you know, you go on Twitter and you see like how everybody is reacting. It's very like knee-jerk. Like, oh, but like this happened with Adobe, it's gonna happen again, and I understand that, but then at the same time, like, they, you know, their track record is really good. So personally, I'm not really worried. In fact, like the devs, the Pixologic devs have expressed multiple times like how excited they are for future innovations of ZBrush now that, like, you know, they can have a larger budget and things of that nature. So we'll see what happens. It could have been Autodesk. I mean, like, yeah, like, well, Autodesk has Mudbox, right? Where's that? And also, like, there's no need to be, like, knee-jerky at this point either, in my opinion, because if you really think about the absolute worst-case scenario that could happen with, like, ZBrush, think about the absolute worst case. Oh, all of a sudden, like, it's $1 billion to own a license, which really I don't think is gonna happen. But, hey, worst-case scenario, you still have your perpetual license. If you've bought one, you have everything you need. Like, this works perfect, you know? So it's, if anything, why don't we think about the positives that could come out of this, right? Because there's no changing what has happened. There's no like, oh, well, you know, just go back in time and don't sign with them or whatever the heck, for whatever reason. It's happening. So think about what could possibly come out of all of this, right? Like, what things are, you know, what things could be involved in almost like, you know, pipe dream pipelines with ZBrush. Like, what could we get out of this? And I think that there's a lot of possibilities, none of which that I can really like say for certain, but I do believe that there's a lot of good that can come out of this as well. Especially when the devs are as excited as they've expressed that they are. So. I ain't worried. Not me. Not personally. Animation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see ZBrush being like a suite, like an animation suite or anything like that, right? But we'll see what they do. Like, even more blend shape capabilities would be really cool. Who knows? Who knows what they can do? All right, I gotta figure this out. I gotta do these back bits. I gotta figure these paws out. I gotta. Well, exactly, Mark. And I don't think that like their entire dev team is going. If a company wanted to take full control over something and like just drive it into the ground, they wouldn't bring the whole company over, like all of the devs, right? Like, what would be the point in that? So it's not just a buyout; it's like a partnership, and from what I can see. There goes your question. Where was your question? Are you using any features of ZBrush 2022? Yes, I use home stage and target stage a lot. Like stager, I use that a lot. And I want to experiment more with the new brush. Like in brush, there's this thing, alpha and texture. So this is probably new. You haven't seen this before, but if you mix these two together, you can start getting like different, like depending on what your brush pressure is, you'll be able to get different alphas triggering, right? It's actually, you know what, I'm gonna show you. Let me grab the standard brush and then I'll show you. Alpha transition, let's do like a pinpoint dot for the first one. And for the second one, we can do like something like this. So then when you start to move, you can do a pinpoint that turns into, whoops. You working? Anyway, yeah, I gotta play with it also. Then you can do more of like an alpha transition, maybe something like that would make it more obvious. Yeah, you can see it like change from one alpha to the other. I have to play with it before I really demo it though, because like I just haven't gotten too into it. But there you can get like some really cool like transition, like alpha transitions for strokes, and I think that would be really cool for like clay sculpting. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do like spines of a fish. Look very much like, let me do this. So if you want to know what I'm doing right now, I am using the knife curve tool. Then I can drag that out and then go like this. Put it along the back here. Grab a bend curve. There's the resolution. Curve resolution. Draw more of these points. Start to pull these up. Yeah, you gotta, so they're a little bit finicky. They kind of like, they mess around with me as well sometimes. I find it works best on lower resolution things that you haven't like Dynameshed to oblivion. I think I will. Do I want to do it like that, or do I want it more like... set this, whatever. Oh, the yeah, so that's curve, the curve, here, let me show you. Bend curve. So if you were to do a bend curve, the resolution will dictate how many of these dots along here you have. So only 2 you'll be able to do like this, right? And just pull it along like a xylophone, or not xylophone, but one of those, you know, accordions. Increase the resolution, you have multiple dots and you can control each one of these points like that, right? So keep in mind, you start getting like weird things happening if you have this many points, but you can also like select, no, you can't select these points, can you? No, you can't select these points. Not like the deformer, you can't select the points, but you know, you can actively, like on the fly, you can change the number of curve points that you have. So like, you know, let's say with 3 I pushed this up and then I wanted a few more, you can do that and then add to it. So it's very like on the fly, you can just kind of keep adding and removing different curve points to get something that you think is really cool, or, you know, useful or whatever. And then once you're done, you just hit accept and you got it. But I'm gonna go backwards. I like, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna try something else. I'm not a fan of that. I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mess this up a little bit, make it a little dirtier. Subdivisions. Okay, and now this. Okay. And then we can go and grab tree stager and interpolate between these. Good. That. Yes. And then home stage. And here, I actually am very curious what this is gonna look like. I don't actually have any idea if this is gonna work. Target stage. What is that interpolation gonna? Whoa. Okay, not what I want. Nah. Let's just do it. Old school, good school. Okay. Let me get this sorted. And then I will shove that in here and use snake hook the rest of the way. Keep that flow going. I want all of these coming out from the spine and moving backwards. Yes. This one will actually just go right in there. Fall down kind of like a petal. Their actual spines. And then we can continue that spine motif down the tail as well. Just like all of this is out here. Continue that spine stuff through the tail. AccuCurve, pull that. Get a little bit more overlap. Overlap is good. We like overlap. That. Nice. Is December 29 down? Oh, yeah, I'll mention that to Kyle. I think a lot of people are on vacation though, so. The move brush? I don't use the move brush, I just use snake hook. Personally. Thanks, Martin. I'm glad you find it useful. You can mask one face and the other not. That's is to say the floor or something. I'm interested and you don't know if it can be done. Worth a job you need to know. So are you asking if you can mask, like, can you affect only one side of the mesh? Is that what you're asking about? So if you're asking about one side of the mesh, yes, you can. Here, hold on. Let me quickly save this. Bling. Okay. So if you have something like super thin like this and you want it to work on only one side of the mesh, you literally go into brush, and then in your brush menu in here, you scroll down into, where is it? Auto masking. Hello? Auto masking right here. And then under auto masking, for the brush that you have active, click on back face mask. So it will only be able to affect one side of the mesh that you're working on. So if you have that enabled, right, like this, I have it on my UI over here. If you have that enabled and you work like this, it will not affect the other side, right? If you don't have that enabled and you're working, then that ends up happening. I'm sure that's probably part of your problem, right? So if you put back face masking on, it will literally only look at the face that is like available to the camera. Like it's like, I think it's like camera focused or normal. No, it's normal. So whatever your brush is working on, normal based, it will make sure that it's like, you know, yeah, it won't affect but the other side. Masking, it works the same way. So if you have your you know, mask pen on and then you click back face masking with, like, while you're holding control, and then you do this on the other side, you will not be masking the other side, okay? So it works with your masking as well. That's what I'm saying. Back face masking is what you want to only be using for one-sided things. Now, you know, you can't necessarily, you know, do a whole select like that and it won't affect the other side, but you can paint your areas that you need and it will not affect. Another thing is, if you want more broad stroke thing, you can play around with the masking palette in your tools, and then you go down to masking. There is also like mask by depth, mask by smoothness. There's a bunch of things that you can do. Let me see. There's also Polygroups group front. Let me just see if this group front and then the back does not get grouped off. So if you want to work that way as well, you see this is like both sides, one polygroup. You're facing a direction. You say group face, you know, front facing polygons, what the angle of tolerance is, group, and then you can control shift click and it will isolate it, control click off, and now that is masked, but the back is not. Okay, that's another way of doing it. There's a lot of ways that you can do this that I probably am not going into right now, but there's like a lot of different workarounds for that. The main one that I recommend to use is backface masking, just because it's so accessible over all of the things that you're going to be doing. Whoops. I am definitely not Charlie D'Amelio. What? Okay. Wish I was Charlie D'Amelio. I'd have so much money I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Sorry. Hyena mohawk, more like a piranha's, like I'm kind of, yeah, I guess it's a little in the hyena zone as well, but I'm going off of like a little bit of like a piranha motif with a dog. The one thing is like the head that we're not really getting here. Like piranha's kind of they got that head fin thing going on. That's with the skeleton. I don't know. We could probably do something a little bit more with like the head shape being more like circular, so it looks like there's like a little bit of like gill stuff going on here. I'm gonna play with that actually. Yeah, I use the /2 brush constantly though. If you check out any of my other work, it's how I sketch usually. I'd start adding subdiv if I needed to add more information, but I don't really need to add a whole bunch of like detail information right now, so there's no point in adding subdivs. It would just kind of like muddy up what it is that I'm doing, because I work with like Dynamesh a lot of the time. I'm very like I like to just like treat it like clay, you know? Just looking at a little bit of reference right now. Just like find something. Let's work off of that. We're good. Whoa. Really brightens up my face. My monitors are so bright now, like these new ones. They were pretty expensive. Is saving a lot for them. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Let's do that. Jimmy, I can't renegade for you. Sorry, bro. I can't even floss. No flossing, no renegading. Pretty sure you wouldn't want to see me even try, so let's not go into cringe territory. I'm cringe enough in my own existence as is. Also, who even does Renegade anymore? Is that still, like, going? Is Renegade still going? Figured that people would move on to, like, new dances. Let's just like kind of shove all of this over top. And then I kind of like this idea of like just really like chunking it out that on the sides like this. Figure out what exactly that is after, but I like that idea. Like breaking up the silhouette like that. Bright monitors kill eyes. Well, looks like I'm dead. I'm dead. GG's. Okay, grab this. Yeah. Get in there. Yeah, I had a decent run. It was fine, but I guess I'm dead now. This is the afterlife. My yeah, it's all done. It's all over. GG. Vision has improved while staring at bright monitors. I mean, I feel like the dark is more of a eye killer than like staying in the dark all the time is more of like a vision killer than screens nowadays. I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure if you were to like press your face up against a monitor and stay there for 24 hours every like 12 hours every single day, you'd probably have issues, but thankfully that ain't me. Not yet anyways. My height? I'm 7'4". I'm a Spartan. Like, I can barely fit through my own door. I'm so tall. I'm like so like jacked too. Like, I can bench 900 pounds. So I don't know, man. Like, people have been saying like I should try out for like Guinness World Records and I should compete and stuff, and I'm just like, nah, I'm humble, you know? I'm too humble for that. So I just stay in my room because, you know, I'm just like, I get so much attention when I go out because I'm just like so tall and strong and awesome. I spend lots in front of my monitor. Like I was saying at the beginning of this stream, we already are in the beta of the metaverse, friends. We've already been frog boiled, baby. Okay, I'm gonna quickly like send all of this over to T-Pose Master. Hello. T-Pose Master. Yeah, almost time for the like. I'm just gonna adjust some things first in T-Pose Master. So when you do T-Pose Master, I'm sure lots of you already know this, for anybody who doesn't, who's curious, Z plugin T-Pose Transpose Master, you T-Pose Mesh, sends all of your current subtools, puts them into one at the lowest subdivision that they are at, but I have Dynamesh, so it just sends the Dynamesh together, so it's all together. then you can kind of like edit it, and then after you're done editing all of it together, you can T-pose to sub-T and it'll break everything apart into the subtools again. So, very useful. Just really want to get stronger silhouette here. Wow, I'm just realizing this is very Ken B. Oh my god, I just realized his stuff. Wait, Ken. You guys know Tomorrow War? Ken Bartholomew. Here, like, wait, I just realized how similar it is to some of the stuff that he's done. Well, no, not really. It's got a vibe there, because of like the small eyes or something. Very like, you know, like this like underbite thing that he does on every, yeah, like this. There it is. He's looking at the same damn references that I'm looking at. 100%. That's so cool. I love it when that happens. I love it when you like accidentally like come across like the same thing in a way. Like, that's sick. That's crazy. He's looking at very similar. Wow, okay, I really like this. This is cool. Yeah, I know exactly what he's looking at. That's sick. He did it so well. Good for him. Damn. Damn it. Oh well. We'll put our own spin. Sometimes it just hits you. You're like, wait a minute. Which desk do I have? I built my own. I just bought like pieces of like wood. I got like the IKEA legs and then I bolted them together into an L shape just because like I couldn't really find any like L-shaped desk that was decent enough. But it's also important to recognize stuff like that too. Like if you end up going down the same path that like if you're doing concept stuff and then you realize like midway through, oh, this looks too much like this other thing or whatever, then it's a good thing because then you can you know, decide to go down a different path for the sake of trying something new, right? So we're gonna try and do a couple of different things here to implement more of the piranha and less of the deformed dog. sure. Good. Pog crazy, pog, big pogs, pog you, pog me, pog everybody. Big slab of wood and cut your closet like yourself. Gut your closet. Oh, gut your closet. If you could just like make your own desk, as long as it's sturdy, worth it, because then you can kind of like create. I think it's worth it because then you can kind of create whatever kind of like a office that you want, right? As long as like, you know, your rental place lets you do that, or if you have your own home, then good for you. When you take reference monitors, the brightness is standardized for. It's not really actually that bright. Yeah, this one is like ridiculously bright though. Like if I pull up like anything, and I haven't adjusted it, that's white on one screen. If I do white on like another screen as well, that's both of my screens white. I like glowing, you know. So it's like stupid bright. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I still have to like play with that though. Oh, I have the Republic of Gamers, the Asus ones. Let's see. Which ones did I buy? The 27-inch 2K monitors. XG27AQ. That model. It's expensive. They're really nice though. Like they're really nice. The ones that I had before, no, it's not ultra wide. They're 27-inch each. I like the mobility. They're both on. What? They're fine. Show you. Voila. Whoop 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 whoop. Look at that angry man over there. All right. And so I got them on arms. Arm. Just for like full mobility. So I can kind of like change it however I want to. If I'm using my Cintiq, then I can like change them around to for like difference for like when I'm not using my Cintiq. It's nice to have everything really like mobile, personally. All right, what am I doing here? I'm gonna fix this guy. Piranhas, goddamn. Goddamn, look at that mouth. It does come out wider. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, because like for his like for as thin as they are on the front, they're also very wide. I don't want to neglect that. How long do I stream? I usually go for 4 hours. Yeah, you looking weird as heck from the bikini, like the front, bro. What is this? We gotta fix this. Your front view sucks. Front view sucks, bro. Oh, more. The bread. Oh yeah, my little alien figure is my xenomorph is holding him. It's nice for color checking, right? And like contrast checking as well. I can see my black values really well with these monitors as opposed to like the other stuff that I had before. It was really hard to check black values. Get this looking right. It's like it making this shape work is work. So yeah. Sometimes I like to just kind of put AccuCurve on and just like push and pull things in like a really like angular way, just to like get more movement in everything that I'm doing. Really trying to pull that fish into this. I think it's working. I think we're starting to get it in there. It's interesting because like if I was like really like concepting stuff and not trying to like do like just a sculpt like right off the bat, I would probably do a bunch of like different iterations if it was for work. Since we're live and streaming, I'm just noodling around with one of them. Pull it out like this. Let me protect this area. Oh. It's feeling a little bit better. This area can be flat surface on the side that comes out from the eyeballs of the orbital. And then there is the temple. Yet. Would you spend like an hour or two on each iteration? It could be a lot faster than that too. It could just literally be like 15 minutes, like just to get like shapes down, and then I'll like figure out, oh well, let's go along with like these, like, this shape, this shape, this shape. A lot of the time I'm working on multiple like sculpts at the same time, so I'll have like a bunch of tools open and I'll be hopping between a lot of them. That's usually how it works for me. And I'll be like shoving things over to Keyshot, coming back here, you know, like just seeing like what I can and can't do, what does and doesn't work, paint overs in the middle of it, etc. Accucurve. We do like them sharp angles in these areas. And this comes in like that. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Don't like that coming only right there because it kind of makes it cat-like. Let's try and bring back a little bit of that dog. A larger cranium right there. Really fitting in that fish now too. Starting to feel like that fish. That's good. Okay, we gotta work on these ears. Definitely be more dog. This guy. Oh, and like another thing too, some people were talking about speed earlier. Another thing about speed too is it's not really like a totally consistent thing. Like some days you're gonna be faster than others, depending on like, you know, a lot of different factors. Your energy level, your happiness level, all of this stuff will affect like how fast you're working. So to be like super worried about your speed in terms of that will just put more stress on yourself for no reason. It's my opinion. Yes, happy people are happy. You know, they do. You know, if you're happy, you'll do good work. You'll do much better work than if you're sad. The artists, that romanticization of artists being, you know, you have to be a tortured soul. You have to be, you know, sad in order to do anything good. Like it's stupid and inaccurate, doesn't make any sense, doesn't work that way, it never has worked that way, at least not for me. If you're different, then I guess good for you, but how sustainable is that as well? Alright, so now that I have a decent silhouette, I can go T-pose to sub-T, and it'll pull everything through and drop it down. I'm gonna quickly save now. Here we go. For every masterpiece you need to cut an ear. Yeah, right. Oh my god. Imagine. Was that a new feature? No, it's been in ZBrush for a while. I have been using it for a long time. Oh boy, nose is getting itchy, baby. The itchy nose. Let's see. I think that'll be better. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. We're working really slow today, honestly. I know I keep saying that, but I just like, I can't shake the tire today. I don't know, I'm trying. Can't shake it. You just get those days, you know? It's just like, oh. Just, oh. Oops, took backface masking off. This one, and where's this one? This one's here. Merge. And then this one. Thinking that we want something, oops, no, maybe a little stubbier. And this guy. More. Just be a little bit more proportionate to everything else. Chunked it. Put local symmetry on, baby. Forget about that. see. Thanks, Philip. Belly is so cute, yeah. Yeah, it's like the struggle of getting like the piranha in with the dog, right? So the piranha is a very different shape, so we're just kind of like working with those two things together and how that would translate. Alright, I'm gonna move to my sketchy. You remember a ZBrush you did? Some guy was sculpting a ventriloquist doll? Some guy was sculpting a I don't know. We've done so many of these streams, it's hard for me to recall exactly. Yeah, the fish blood, like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like we're trying to like work it in, but like not so much that one is dominating the other. So we're getting like, I don't know, I'm gonna sketch in a little bit, like maybe some scales and stuff, but I also want some hair to show through too. Like on the chin here, we could do like some of like those like little doggy whiskers that happen, you know? Oh, my aesthetic. Woo! Like, you know. Just like fiber mesh, to be honest. Probably should just fiber mesh. I'll just fiber mesh later. I want this to be rounder, actually. Let's do... pull that out more. Smooth that out. Nice and smooth. Okay, and then we'll grab this and make the lips like further come off. Separate them more for the gums. That'll probably help a lot too. Let's just do that. Oh yes, you're looking quite lovely today, sir. Do more like plating. Fish with ears, yeah. Oh, you wouldn't have to be afraid of the copyright. This is all royalty free on Pretzel. Okay, so we're gonna do some like fish plating, at least a little bit of it. Keep this. I guess Piranha's got like this nonsense going on here. Or holes for smelling. Late for my stream? No worries though. No worries. We're gonna go a little bit over because I did start late. Is there anybody after me? Can somebody check on... Well, I'll just check in a second. I won't tell you guys to check. I'll do it. Just gonna check if there was somebody like right after me. I don't think there is. There is though. I'll get off. I want to like listen to the Halo soundtrack for some reason. I started sketching Master Chief, and then I decided to just sketch the jackal, like a different version of like a jackal instead, just to get something done faster. But I think I want to go back and finish up Master Chief as well. We'll see. No one's after me? Sweet. How does it bite? I don't know. Do you want to find out? I'd assume it bites the same way that a piranha bites, honestly. Like, it'll bite down this front area. I'm gonna like move the teeth a little bit more so it would do more of like a slicing motion, but like the back is gonna be more like slicey molar bits like a dog. Yeah, Infinite was really, like, I mean, compared to 4 and 5. I thoroughly enjoyed Infinite. It was almost like 343 saying like sorry without giving like spoilers, obviously. It just felt like 343 was like saying like sorry guys. Did we fix the writing? We'll do better next time. That's what it felt like. But I genuinely enjoyed it though. Like I really liked it. Reinvigorated my love for Halo. Yeah, I know. Iron, because it's mixed with a dog. We've got like the canines in there. Like the big sharp teethies. Because like when I'm doing like mix anatomy, I'm not thinking of like, oh, I'm gonna take like the head of the piranha and stick it on a dog body, or like, you know, take the fins of the piranha and just stick it on the dog body. You want to think about actually mixing the anatomy together, mixing the elements at like, think of it like almost at a gene scale, right? Like how would these things actually homogenize together? And that's sort of like how I approach these kinds of designs. Not a fan of these scales. I'm getting rid of this. I think I'm gonna do more like just plates. Yeah, plates like that would probably be better. And if it wants scales on top of them, then that's fine. But we'll do plates. Monos have more of like this, like there's like this like kind of like ancient feel to some of their forward elements. Yeah, I know. I really enjoyed Infinite. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Could you publish a game? I mean, if you're working on one, you could try Steam greenlighting. The Uruk-hai Berserkers in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I can see that. I think a lot of things are like based off of that really short front snout idea, like where it's like just rounded and then like cut off. Halo Infinite, the game. How long have I been doing 3D in general? 6 or 7 years, I think. You just pay $100 now and you can put it on Steam? Oh, okay. I had no idea. Well, cool. Yeah, Halo. Halo. There was a game. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of that on Steam recently as well. Yeah. Yep. There's a market for it. Ooh. Let's do... Let's try and make like a cool looking like fishtail like fin thing. No. What is up? We not? Why is this acting weird? Okay, let's do a taper then. Oh my gosh, I'm dumb. Because the apology was all messy. There we go. Accept that. And let's do... Save real quick, just cause Knife Curve, she do be a little bit moody some days, you know. Some days she'd be a little bit moody. I'm not gonna take my chance. Because it has little symmetry on. Duh. There we go. Your game had done a few pages? Your game on Steam? That's pretty cool. That's actually really cool. That you found success with it? That's really cool. Congrats. The acapella. I might like randomly go boop 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 as like things are going on. It's just a thing that I do. I'm sorry if it's annoying. Can I go over how I did the back spines really quick? So essentially you just kind of like, you can push around things with the snake hook tool. I would recommend just like scrolling, going on YouTube and scrolling back until you find me doing it. But just verbally, you know, you create a piece of geometry and then you, you know, control drag with the gizmo to create a, like, you know, a masked version that is a duplicate within the same subtool, and then you can release control and then keep dragging and it'll create a whole bunch of the same one, and then you can start manipulating it within the same subtool. Wait, actually? Do that. Bring this down. Yes. Okay. And I'm gonna try and continue the spine motif down the back. Yeah, no worries, Alex. Have a great night. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'm only dumb twice now. Wait, what? Twice now. Every second, every waking moment of my existence, I'm like, oh, hey, guess what? I'm dumb. Oh, wow, I'm dumb. Wow, I'm dumb. Wow, I'm dumb. Wow, I'm dumb. And yet, I still keep on going somehow. I feel you guys. Do I have a Spotify playlist? No, it's a Pretzel Wax. Here. Trick is though, the playlist that I'm listening to is like a chill playlist. However, it's only available to like the pro members or special members, but because I've never changed the playlist on this website, I can keep listening to it. So do with that information with what you will, but there's like a lot of other things there that you can kind of check out, and maybe it'll be interesting. Gotta get like this right here to like wrap around. Extend a lifetime membership for one playlist only. I'm not an anatomy genius. Trust me, I'm not an anatomy genius. I just do what I can with the references I have. They'd be a lot better. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I am very tired. Today I am really tired. You can like compare and contrast how I've been this stream compared to like literally all my other ones. Dead today. Dead, I'm slow. But I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to have a good time. A sleepy, good time. Great time. Alright, so can I give this more resolution, maybe? That might have been too much. That's too much. Yeah. Bling! Oh no, the candle is keeping me awake because of the smell. Otherwise, I don't know, man. I'll be sleepy. I'll be sleeping on stream. Slipping. Okay. I don't know what this is, honestly. Some cranberry orange thing that was in a gift set. Smells like cranberries. Very festive. I don't have like preferred candle sets or anything like that. I don't know. People who have all that stuff, who have like specific like candles that they like to buy regularly and stuff, like how can you teach me how to adult? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'll just like grab whatever, and then if I hate it, then I guess I won't buy it again. But like if I want candles, like I don't know, sometimes like I don't know. Also, oh my gosh, candles are so expensive. Please gift me candles. I don't want to buy them. Yeah, I just like exactly just like yo what, but then you start getting like overwhelmed too. If you've ever been to like one of those stores, like I hate Lush. Why do people like that store? It gives me such a headache. You go like anywhere near it, you're like, oh, what? I can't do it. I don't know how people do it. How is your nose capable of handling it? It's crazy. How long have I been doing 3D, and what did my first years look like? My first years looked rough. I started when I was in animation college, 2D animation college, so I was doing it on my own time. It looked rough. But at least like I had a fundamental knowledge of like, you know, art in general, so it wasn't like the worst thing. But I've been doing it now for 6 to 7 years, something around that. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you. This is the first Pixologic stream you ever watched? Trust me, it's much more hype than this. I'm just I'm dead inside today. Lush gelato? Oh, they have gelato? Does it smell? I don't think that I don't know. I just know that it's like a soap store and it's just like really intense. No, that's great. Honestly, shader, that's great. I'm happy. That's the whole point of me coming on here, is to show you some fun stuff that you can have some fun with. With the same name? Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I can't do Lush normally. How did I get my first job in the industry? Were you an intern? No, I actually couldn't get an internship. I was that bad. So, couldn't get an internship, regardless of applying to like 100 places and getting like 100 rejections. So I couldn't do that. I went to a lot of networking events. Now this is hard because it's Rona time, right? Rona time means you can't go in person and start networking at places. Very difficult. So what you're gonna have to do is just post your stuff online, you know, rely on hashtags, but then also involve yourself with the community. Twitter has like an intense art community. People are very tight-knit. You start posting your stuff on the art Twitter, then you start talking to people. You might have some luck there. Make friends, you know. I think that's the best way to do it at this point, because Corona kind of has demolished like all semblance of normalcy when it comes to like networking in person. But how I did it was, yeah, I just went to like industry, like job fairs and stuff like that. I just like shoved myself in people's faces until they were like, yeah, you know what, we're desperate enough, we need you. And then I ended up being lucky and getting my first job at Arc Productions, which went into solvency. And that was great. You know, you see all these like stories, like horror stories of like, you know, how bosses fired you. I literally, like, with 500 other people, literally went through the same thing for my first job. 500 people in that company, and the way that the CEO handled that situation was absolutely disgusting. It sucked, but it sucked. The people that I worked with, great people, fantastic people, but the CEO of that company that went into solvency, absolutely garbage. The way that she handled that. So essentially, like, it was a long weekend. I ended up going to Osheaga, the music festival in Quebec, because I was working in Toronto at the time, and just hanging out with friends, listening to music and stuff like that. And then we started a road trip back, and I got an email saying, don't come into work the next day. I was like, what the hell? All my stuff is at work, right? Like, you can't just tell me not to come into work. What do you mean? Like, I need to get my stuff. No, you're not allowed anywhere near the premise for at least 2 months. Sick, so I can't go and grab any of the stuff that I have at work. You're just gonna hold it hostage, and I'm not gonna get paid. Plus the like last 4 months that you didn't pay me and my vacation, you're not gonna pay me. Sick, dope, dude. That's awesome. So that was my first job experience, and like literally everybody else who didn't see the email, they literally went to work the next day, the Tuesday, and they were met with just like a piece of paper on the glass door saying, no, you can't come inside. It was like, it was locked. They couldn't get their stuff. They were just like sitting out there. News reporters were coming by and everything. And I was just like, sick, dude, sick. So that was my, yeah. Oh yeah, dude, we went through the ringer. Like the company, like employees and everything went through the ringer with the lawsuits and stuff, but there's nothing that nothing happened. Like, we couldn't do anything. So it took like 2 months until I was able to like go and grab my stuff from the business. And like when I was doing that too, the people who were dealing with the solvency, they hover over you to make sure that like people are not stealing things or whatever. So you pick up your stuff from your desk and they're like, is that yours? Is that yours? They're like checking it. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, just let me take my stuff back. Oh my god. Yeah, so that was my first job. Oh, good times. Yeah, no, but like so I worked at that company for like a year before it went under, like a little over a year before it went under, and then I went to Tangent, which was like comprised of a lot of the other employees that ended up getting let go, like everyone together from ARC. A lot of them went over to Tangent, and then we made the movie Next Gen, which is on Netflix. So, I mean, it worked out. It worked out, but it sucked. It worked out, but it sucked. And like the crazy thing too about that studio job is they weren't like, there was like warning signs too. Like we would look at this like upbeat music while I'm talking about this. No, it's funny because like we would have like these bagel Mondays, right, where they would just buy a bunch of bagels for everybody to eat at the studio. You know how big studios, they have like their days, you know, for team morale and stuff like that. So we had bagel Mondays. The bagels stopped coming like for the last 2 months, and everybody was like, why are there no bagels? Why aren't we getting any bagels? And then people stopped like getting their pay, and they were like, sorry, it's a clerical error. You'll get your pay and like whatever. And like people were like noticing it, but like also not. They were like, are we gonna get paid? Like, this is fine, right? And then that weekend happens, and it's like, oh hey, guess what? You're not getting any of that pay. So the bagels have kind of become this this symbol. these bagels and the lack thereof have become this symbol. But even up until that point, they were still hiring people. Regardless of like being able to pay, people were still supposed to start the Tuesday that company like went under. That's how like horrible it was. And some people were overseas and they were like moving when it happened too. I heard a couple of horror stories regarding that, which is like, what? So like, fantastic, good job. And so like, you know, the employees of the company were all asking like, can we talk to the CEO about this? Can we get some closure about this? She ghosted. We never heard anything from her. It's like, it's ridiculous, right? So whatever. So yeah, some good things came out of it, obviously, but some really awful things for a lot of people came out of it too. So I hesitate to say that was like a good thing, you know what I mean? It worked out for me, but for a lot of other people, like I don't know, man. Like that idea of like moving and then like the company is like going on, that's insane. It's stupid. But, you know. In the past, and I'm hoping that everybody who was at that company at the time doing good. And then recently, the crazier thing too is Tangent that I used to work at also went under, and you know the superstition is that it went under. Well, it didn't go under, it just like the projects got pulled apparently. The projects got pulled on the same weekend, the same Labor Day weekend that the first company went under. Like, and so when I saw that was happening, I was just like, yo, no. No, I have no idea who it was or who the people were that were. Oh, you mean the CEO? Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. It's just sort of like a story to me now. I don't I don't care about any of that. I don't want that juju. I don't want to be looking up that. First they come for the bagels, and they come for the pay. Yeah, dude. Just saying, if you're ever at your studio and they're just like, oh, sorry, it was a clerical error. Alarm bells. Yeah, once you're detached from it and it's been long enough, then it's just like, it's a wild story to tell, right? When did Tangent didn't go under, not the same thing. The same thing did not happen to Tangent. Tangent was a great company. I think it just had to do probably with the pandemic. I'm not 100% sure what was really happening, but something to do with like funding and projects being pulled. But it happened on Labor Day. All right, I think I'm gonna like end the stream though. We're half an hour early, and I'm like pooped, and like I've lost steam on this, and I'll continue it at some point, I'm sure, just to like do the prompt thing, but I'm just like working so slow today, so I think I'm just gonna call it here. Yeah, Labor Day is cursed, I agree. So I will see you guys in the next one. Definitely tune in and follow Pixologic on their socials so that you can see, you know, when other people on this stream are live. It's not just me, obviously. There's like a lot of other really good sculptors here. You know, different workflows as well you probably enjoy. So check them out. Follow Pixologic, and if you wanted to try ZBrush as well, there is a 30-day free trial. There also is a super free forever version of ZBrush as well, ZBrush Core Mini, but all that is Sculptress Pro mode with a limited amount of like polygons that you can have essentially. But it's very good if you want to just like start learning how to do 3D sculpting without any monetary thing in the way, and the UI is super bare bones, very easy to get involved with. So if you wanted to start, you can check out ZBrush Core Mini. And if you want to follow me on any of my socials, assuming that I don't have any work that pops up magically in January, and I do have a break in January, I will be posting a lot more on these socials, artwork wise. So check that out. Otherwise, I will see you in the next one. And yeah, Happy New Year. Good night. Be wary of the bagels. And